Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Goes live every trading day at 8 Central Standard Time and streams continuously until 1500, which is the cash market. The reason for that length of stream is for complete transparency and accountability. I take no trades here off the stream. There's never a situation where, I'm down $2,500 and the stream closes, and miraculously the next morning when the stream opens, oh, well, I got back online and, in the afternoon I made it all back plus a lot of money. I used to laugh so hard at when Matt used to do that. And I swore to myself if I ever streamed, I would not. So there we are. The purpose of the stream is that I don't multitask well, and all of my video here, both of my IRT and bookmap, are captured in the stream, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. And I'm trying to see if everything's working right here. It looks like it is. Yeah, I guess so. All right. So, It's important to say at the outset that trading is dangerous. Obviously, you can lose a lot of money, and that I am not licensed to, nor do I intend to provide financial or trade advice. However, I do trade live, execute on bookmap. I anticipate my setups because I only trade structured, actually vetted trades. Really vetted, not just lip service vetted, but I capture a statistically significant data set, determine if it's got a positive edge or not, and then take the trade based on specific rules without a lot of discretion. So there is that. Now let's get on with the numbers here, which are already out for the day, and they are the primary numbers were retail sales, core retail sales, and jobless claims, and they're all done. Now, and continuous and all this kind of stuff. This is this news source is investing.com, which is my old standby and preferred because I like the format to capture these for posting into Discord or whatever. And this particular site deals with traditional economic reporting and events. Retail sales, PPI, CPI, non-farm payroll. You don't see any press conference or speech to the whoever the heck it is showing up over here. And I appreciate that because it differentiates from true economics and what we should be focused on, and this reality TV stuff which is going on now. You can filter this for any place or where you want to be in the world, and it's free. You see all these ads flying around. I do that on purpose so that anybody who is participating or watching the stream can have access to the same resources. You'll also notice here that any of the event titles turn to a URL. So if you want to find out what retail sales is all about and you don't know, you can click that and see the latest releases and who puts it out and all the data about it. We are also in earnings season. And there's no real Mag 70 high, 30, market cap of $346 billion. Isn't that amazing that those guys are not considered heavyweights? I think that's more market cap than General Electric ever had in the history of its entire company, but maybe not. Anyway, and the 23rd, next Wednesday, will be the final Mag 7, which is NVIDIA. So all eyes will be on that one. Yeah, the other news source I use is Financial Juice. They have a similar calendar function over here. Look at that. and they have a squawk box. Now, what they do and why I like this one, contrary to investing.com, as the day progresses, they will pull these random events which aren't typical economic news into their schedule or their calendar, because we now recognize that this type of thing, Trump in front of a microphone or on Truth Social could have a huge risk impact on our auction. And it's really important to be able to know that in this current environment, your job as a trader, your first job as a trader, is to preserve your account. And if you don't know that risk is incoming, that can be a huge problem, because the fundamental steps to take to preserve your account is risk management, right? So it's no political comment whatsoever, but if you don't think that some of these things can have a huge impact, positively or negatively, on the market, our auction, then you need to review history here a little bit for the last year or so. Okay, enough of that noise, and I believe it is just noise too. I'll tell you that right now. Here we are with the pre-market. Well, Bookmap, this is my blue boy here, which is just a vertical line right there that I slap on the first print of every day, of every session, I should say. And as long as I keep this blue line visible on my left, and I have the active data column right here by default, I know that that's the entire overnight session. No question about it. So I know context, I know where we are, I know where we've been, and I know perhaps where we may be going. Also, I have these volume profiles over here, but let's move on back to the IRT. Now, this is IRT, which is my primary charting. First of all, if you notice in the header of all of these tabs, or whatever they are, windows, the name of that window is meaningless to anyone but me. But anyway, there is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. There's a watermark on a few of them. Okay, but in case you're ever curious what you're looking at or why, here you go. And you'll be able to quantify whether that fits in what you're interested in or not. Hey, Greg, what's up, my brother? And good morning. Yeah, how you doing? I hope everything's going good for you back there. Weather should be beautiful now, I guess. Probably a good full spring going on. Good for you. Yeah, welcome. Nice to see you. So anyway, here we are. This is the micro composite or micro tab or layout, because that's what I'm trading at the moment. And this is the micro ES NQ, the high time frame micro composite chart. And of course, we're new all-time highs. I hate to sound like I'm a soothsayer here. I'm going to get my pointy hat with the stars on it. But at some point yesterday afternoon, I said, well, there's no question about it. We're going to be 7,500 by the end of the week, likely tomorrow. And here we are, one tick away from it at this point. Isn't that ridiculous? I mean, it's irrational exuberance at its finest, in my opinion. So, yeah, here is the high time frame micro composite. Now, what this is, remember the lesson about the charting the heads of the windows. This is the micro ES. These are daily candles, RTH session only. So wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it, and that generates a micro composite VPOC. And these red and green lines represent the high and low volume nodes for these levels in this current micro composite volume profile. The high and low volume nodes push to Bookmap, as do the session prices. This is the market profile, which I do not change from mini to micro. I do change from full session to RTH, but I figure it doesn't change much, and I don't want to do that. So there you go. Also, then there is a the same complement of windows here for the in the the mini layout. These would be the minis. Okay. So where am I? There we go. Volume here so far is pretty good, actually. It was about 90 1 hour or so ago. And this is the ATR for a 1 minute candle at this time of day. Now let's look over here at our old friend Bookmap again. So the micro composite chart from the right, these are where I manually enter values from the micro composite chart in IRT. You know, this is the current all-time high. I've had to move it 3 times this morning since about 4:30. Ridiculous. Here's from yesterday. So this is the RTH volume profile, which we put in the 13th yesterday. Here's the ETH volume all-time high. So we're going to, of course, they'll try to have to get over that because they can't stand to have the ETH people have the record. And here is, I've rechanged my thinking a bit based on the data I've been using to align with that, which is gap is considered from the wherever we open to the previous close. In or out of range is wherever we open to the previous high or low. So there's right now we are just coming back. Well, we're 1 tick out of range. We're about 5, 6 handles. Oh, damn near 10 handles gap. Hope that's not too confusing. And this column is the micro high and low volume nodes. Full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. RTH volume and profile and delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30, fingers crossed. And this is my statistics column, which is pretty important to me. These are the session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap, and which I start publishing these continuously from 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday, and I share them freely and, you know, gladly with anybody that wants them. Just like and subscribe and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the CSV. You can put it in your cloud note columns in the line indicator or whatever software of choice. This, I don't have the dome here anymore because I was trying to save real estate. These are the 2 key components of the dome. This is the book, the full book, level 2, all levels, resting orders, limit orders. And these are the prices for which these orders are located. There's no indicators on my Bookmap or IRT except I try to follow just simple, you know, I'm just an old cowboy guy from Montana, so KISS works really good for me. Price levels, probabilities, and volume. Pretty much it. Over here, you'll see a POC for the full session, which is a muted yellow, and a POC for the RTH session, which is a brighter yellow. And I need to put my little naked volume point of control over here. I didn't do that yet. Sorry about that. Let's just show you how that works. This is the new IRT, and it's a little bit wonky so far. So there's the naked volume point of control from yesterday, which I think was the 13th, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure. There you go. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, since 5 o'clock last night, 1700, 74.88 has traded the most contracts, 43.51. The split nano, micro, whatever the smallest time increment there is, Planck length, time where one of these other price levels trades one more contract, 4,352, this yellow VPOC is going to move there. That's all there is to it. It's so simple, and I don't know why it seems confusing to some. Globex and full session VWAP, volume weighted average price. And then, which we don't see here, but let's see if we can find one of them. Way down here below us, I'm sure. Okay. You'll see the statistics from yesterday. The IB high and low. That sometimes confusing because of the naming. IB stands for initial balance. It comes from the market profile world. All these two levels represent are nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. I don't know who decided that was the initial balance, but that's what it is. So there you go. The first 1 hour this is the high, and the IB low is the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all there is to it. And then there's a mid. Guess what that is? There you go. All right. Let's look at the statistics. So the first thing we're going to do, there's 4 open types in the statistics study. And there's only 2 criteria that differentiate them. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Boop, right there. Higher than the close. How would this price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high. So we are, as much as I hate to say it, 2 points out of range to the upside. And I hate these situations where we're just flopping back and forth because it'll change the statistics. But let's go through this anyway. So we are higher out of range at this moment. The next thing I will do is change the column title like this to higher out of range. And I do that for purely selfish reasons, because when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can look at that title of that column and I know that it's been updated every day, and I immediately know the relationship of the overnight or the ETH to the RTH, and I don't have to think about it anymore. What we will do now is, remember we had all these statistics down here. We're going to clear these columns out, all the notes, and we'll get the statistics for today from that study. And that study comes from right over here. Boop. So this is the statistics study in IRT. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. Also, any levels that are revisited in the current RTH, they change the text color from black to blue. That's kind of handy. We've determined now that within a couple of ticks, we're going to be higher out of range, which I question will be the case at the open, but let's go with it. How does this study work? It looks backwards at the most recent 1,738 trading days. Of those days, we've opened higher out of range 433 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 76.9% of the time. Overnight volume point of control. 76.9. Drum roll, please. Kaboom. There you are. That's as complicated as this gets. And now I'm just going to go down the list. The next order of business is the overnight high at 74.8. Right there. 74.8. And then the mid is usually hanging around in there somewhere. There you are, 66.5. And that's got to be right back there, I think. Yep. 66.5. Now I can tell you right now what I'm going to do is not go crazy setting all these statistics, because ones that will not change, okay, previous close is 49%. That's not going to change. That was yesterday, right? But I'm not going to go doing a whole bunch of statistics which might change based on the open type. And I'll tell you what I mean. Here's the overnight higher out of range. For example, the close. Where to go? Previous close is 49.0. Big difference on the previous close for higher end range. 69.3 compared to 49, right? So I'm not going to go crazy setting all these statistics in here and then have them trade down, which they are now doing right now. We're going to be likely open higher in range. Yeah, hate it. So that gives me pause to do the next order of business, which is the TLab snap. And that's something I do every morning at 8:20. I post all the numbers, for the day around 6 or before. I think today 4:30 or something. And then every day at about 8:20, I try to post this thing for the TLab. And you will give me a minute. This is why I stream, because I multitask like I don't know what. Something not good, that's for sure. And I'll get back to what all this means in a minute here. All right. The TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a fellow named Tom B. Sponsored by Bookmap, obviously. And every morning I post this tab view in here at about 8:20 to give any folks in there that may not have access to the same charting capability, whatever, and all these numbers, access to them. It actually started out when I was active in the TLab. I noticed that just around the open, there'd be a flurry of, what was the POC? What was the POC? Hey, what was yesterday's close? And I thought, well, maybe if they had something to look at that had all the numbers they might be asking about and all the relationships, it might help. A, the traders, and B, reduce clog in the chat. So that's what I did, and that's what I continue to do and will do until I can't anymore. Now, the TLab is a book, as I said, a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who's got like 47 years experience as a trader, started early on in his career as a money manager, so professionally, and I suppose for the last quite a few years has probably just traded his own account, I suspect. One thing important about the TLab is you're never solicited for anything in there, or at least have never been to date. Who knows what'll change. And it's sponsored by Bookmap, so obviously they want you to subscribe to Bookmap, right? But they don't solicit about it. It's not a trade calling room, nor is it live trading. So don't expect that. But there's a lot of good advice and good people in there, and I kind of feel a sense of I don't know what you call it, respect or whatever, to Tom and the group. So I tip my hat kind of every day with those two snaps. So that's it. Let's move on to the next thing that's important here. Hold on. We're going to open in a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Okay. Now, something that's pretty important here, I think you'll probably agree. In order to be able to trade on Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel. And at this point, I have done so. Now, this is the Lucid deal, which I'm using as a method to de-risk even further than just 2 lots on my live account. 2 micros on my live account over here. The only way I could de-risk that was to do something else. So I'm going this route for now. I've got this already set up to go. This is going to copy to 5 accounts, which I'll show you how that works. And I'm doing the hedging, which has been figured out by a colleague, Anton, here in the stream, and really encouraging for me, I believe. So the way you set all these things up, you need to make sure that everything is up and running the way you want it to be, obviously. And the first thing is, I want to make sure that my trading is going to the proper journal, and I'm keeping track of who's who, right? Price levels is on. I'm not using multi-brackets now because I'm in the hedge mode. If I were using multi-brackets, this is where the risk-neutral methodology of the standard package, two-lot package would be implemented. I'll go over that at some other point in time. Not necessary now. And I'm going, and because this is that, the prop version to de-risk, I'm doing the multi-trading thing. Well, okay. Well, damn it. Oops. Sorry, doggone it. And you select the bot that you're going to use to do that. So what's going to happen here is when I enter the trade and or the hedge, this will be copied to those other 4 accounts. So this, just quickly, the way this de-risking works is, obviously trading a live account, you can't get any less risk than a 2 micros. So fortunately, there's been some pretty phenomenal changes in the prop space, which I was completely unaware of. And I looked into it, and for example, there's no more subscription. You pay one time. So for a one-time payment, and the possibility of, and the eventual outcome of payouts, I can eliminate the risk completely on the strategy to just that payout, which is less than the 2 micros. So that was the only way I could de-risk and still have some sort of meaningful trading. I don't think trading a 1 micro would be meaningful to me because it would limit the possibility of the stops and the configuration. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. And the reason I am de-risking is because the vetted account, the vetted setup, which is this one, which was doing super, the initial balance continuation or failure, which was doing just super. November, December, most of January, suddenly went into a drawdown and far exceeded the anticipated consecutive stops. So something needs to be reviewed, and that's where I am. Plus, I've got 2 or 3 other strategies now that I'm doing, and we're going to open here in a couple of minutes. Let's look at the data and see what's happening over here. Well, we're in a gap up above midnight open. Market's going to open in a minute 20. The reports I'll be watching for are the obviously the initial balance and the continuation candle. So on today, by a weekday, on a Thursday, we've got a 73% chance or probability of a IB high being taken out if we open in that upper configuration, and 0 inside day. Assuming that we're going to open here in a minute, so we'll talk about the data in a little bit. And the reason I'm using that, hey, good morning, Antonio. Bon dia. Greg, the reason I've gone back to using Edgeful and stuff is I was spending so much time trying to code these strategies. I don't want to be a code monkey. That's not my job. I mean, my goal is a successful, consistently profitable trader. So I've gone to something that is providing a tremendous, they've made tremendous improvements in that platform since I was first there a year or 2 ago when I was a grandfather in there. And I can get the probabilities from that, and then anything that needs to be developed further to backtest to get an actual vetted trade, is easy for me to do. Now let's see if everybody works right here. I've worked out why the VWAP wasn't resetting every day, and that was an operator error as usual. And I got it handed over to somebody after I posted in TLab about 4:30 this morning, the reports, I noticed some guy had made a post in there about setting up VWAP, and I looked at it, and sure as hell, he had it figured out. There we go. Now, we didn't reset. I'll do that manually. There we are. It still hasn't worked, but the VWAP did. So that's pretty cool. And I'll show you what that is in a minute. So you see, we opened down here below previous RTH high, so this is incorrect. So what we're going to do now is change this so I don't forget to the proper open type. I think that's right, I hope. And then as the day progresses here, the morning, I'll update the values for the statistics. The reason I do that even after the fact is because I want them to be right for the stream and the screen snaps. Let's see what IRT is saying over here. Yeah. Iron range, that's correct. Okay, overnight low while I'm looking at it is somewhere around here. 49.1%. I'll have to go back and redo these, but I can do that at any time. The only ones that I'm really concerned about, obviously, are the IBs, which I missed. So there you go. What are you going to do? Who are you going to call? Now I need to change the configuration for the charting to RTH session so that the statistics and the session prices align for everybody. That was no surprise, is it? Look at yesterday, and what are we doing now? Oh, what a surprise. Maybe not. Maybe anticipated and discussed yesterday. Come on. And come down there a little so we can see you. Don't be bashful. Come on. Come on down. And there we are, you know, another all-time high. Boy, what a surprise. Jesus. Okay, that looks like everything. I'll reset IRT if the legs continue to go. The bar's just opening here, and it'll start forming up there. Where are we going with this one? This is the IB trade based on the EF. This is a full session. This is the London high and low. The gold off to the left is Asia high and low, and the red high and low going out over here will be the UK, or this current session. Right now, there's the 25 and the 50 and the 25. They'll start plotting here in a second. The old-fashioned initial balance setup is here. Okay. Let's get back over here and let's get to Bookmap, baby. Well, we opened gap up by close being here, open being there. We opened just in range. What will happen? I have to rethink this whole open thing. For so many years, I always considered open, gap to be high or low, but makes sense by definition, it's range. So here we are. I've got this configuration set up for the hedging possibility, and I'm recording. If you notice, I've added subscribe to these two instruments so that I can, the two NQs, so that after I get a couple of days data there, I can do some replay analysis on the hedge concept for the for the NQ as well as the minis. Whether that's going to be a big drag on the system, I don't know, but whatever. There's no other way to do it that I know of. And Tweets R Us is in China, so I guess it's kind of quiet. That's kind of refreshing. We have no more news out this morning, so the only thing that could hit us would be a geopolitical risk event of some sort. But it's, it's the wee hours over there now, so let's hope in bed or something. How's your stuff going? I'm assuming you're still providing your valuable skills at the hospital there, Greg. I hope the weather and everything is great at your end. It's 23C here now, which is about 80 or 79 if you're an effort. It got up to 31 yesterday afternoon, which is 96 or something here. It was pretty freaking hot, I'll tell you that. Right now. What do we got now? We've got a range. We've got an IB of about 13 handles. Heavily skewed volume to the top. Overnight high is just above us, and I can tell you these guys can smell 7,500. Look at that liquidity that's parked out up there. 330 of them. Been there since Christ was a carpenter. Been there all night. They started adding to them, but that originally hit the market at 0:45 this morning, just after midnight. And it's been steadily building. So this final story is over for Tam, and that means I don't have to be doing school runs now for a while, so that's going to be pretty cool. Yesterday was a up and down event, that's for sure. Obviously the priority is, life's what happens while you're making other plans, right? Yeah. I've been working the hedge replays just for, execution practice and stuff like that, and it's worked out fine. But it has to be done around the, structured trades, obviously, and entries, not just outer space. And we're going to get up there. Look at them go. Now, who are they squeezing? Oh, wait, nobody. This is just exactly retail feeding frenzy. I traded the end of the .com boom. I started trading in 99, actually. And boy, this doesn't smack of that. Here we go. Well, let's just let them get this out of their system, and then we'll take it from there. The economy is so wonderful. There's every reason in the world that we're putting in all-time highs. The inflation has doubled since this outfit took over, and unemployment's zooming along. Gas prices are doubled or shit, and, man, what a mess. But hey, I guess there's a few guys at the top that are making a lot of money, so let's make some more. And let them eat cake, that's kind of the principle, I think. Nothing for me here. We're not even in 15 minutes yet. We're looking at a new all-time high in the RTH, which is completely expected. Being the open type, is that 74%? Is that right for that high? Overnight high. Yep, 74.4. Okay. Oh, 74.8. Oops. Bad boy. 74.4. The extremes don't change a lot. It's around in the middle there. Things get pretty goofy. And we've already tagged out the POCs and stuff like that, so it's not really that. There we go. And there you have it. There's a new all-time high for the RTH boys and girls. Aren't they proud of themselves? There we go. Okay, everybody can dance now. We can get this one. We can take this up here. Whoop. I think I can just pull it, actually. We can zoom this one up here, and boy, they're all strutting around the office, high-fiving each other, you know? I'm sure of that. Maybe I missed the memo, and a faltering economy and runaway inflation and unemployment is a good thing. Maybe I missed that. Maybe I missed something about that. I guess maybe that has to do with, that'll be the new Fed policy. Did you see where they have, the House immediately undertook designing a bill to overhaul the Fed mandate from the dual mandate of unemployment and jobs to make it affordable or consistent prices or some silly crap like that? They are going to try to just gut the entire system while they can, which I think will be basically heralds the end of the American economy. I guess all civilizations crop out sooner or later. I guess this is it. I was just kind of hoping I'd make it out without seeing it, but maybe not. Pretty disappointing. I'm certainly not an educated enough economist to weigh in on all of that, but I'm real excited to read those who are's opinions. About it, because on the surface it struck me as a real bad deal. For the entire period of time we've had the Federal Reserve and all of the dot-coms, COVID's, 2008 financial crisis, all of that stuff, the dual mandate and the stewardship of the Fed got us through it. Now at the other side with a good economy. So of course let's change that. It doesn't sound like a good idea to me, but who knows? All right, let's see what's going on in data world now that we're off and open and whatever else. I'll figure out the stats. Wait a second. Yeah, I'll figure out the stats in a minute. Okay, so there we are. By weekday, there we are. Market hours. We're still developing. It's forming. We don't have a bias yet. assuming that it does form as it should, this will be the retracements, and this is the wrong day, so we got to make sure that's set for the correct one. I don't think it's Wednesday anymore, is it? Nope. So what this study means is that there's a graphic description down here, I think. There we go. This is the IB breakout, of course. So what this particular subreport variant does is it measures the retrace distance in probabilities after the IB's been broken out, after the IB's been taken. So in other words, it's a variant of the IB continuation trade, and it lets you measure whether there's a possible continuation trade or an IB failure. On Thursday, when the IB has been taken to the top side and the IB low was put in first, which is the case so far, continuation candle, 85.71% of the days on the don't I remember to put MES just to be a little more, where'd it go? MES right there, just to be a little more precise. Looking back 6 months, which I used to look back 5 years all the time, but someone pointed out to me, well, okay, if you put on a trading strategy 5 years ago, do you think it'd still be working today? What happened to the environment? What happened to the administration? You know what I mean? Where we are. So I'm thinking that a shorter look back is a better thing. And in that case, 6 months, 85.71% of the time after the IB was taken, we pulled back to 25% of the initial balance. 57% of the time we pulled back to level to 50, and only 28% of the time where we continue out, it's 28%. And here's the difference for IB out the bottom. So what's that mean? Well, it means that once the IB is taken, that's 25%, that's 50%, and that's would be 25% off the bottom, or 75%. So the idea behind this is that, and this particular strategy is, the IB can't be achieved until after 9:30. We all know that. Once the IB is taken, breakout, the trigger is a pullback to the 25% area, which happens 83% of the time. So doesn't it make sense to put your entry down here at 25% rather than enter on the breakout and then take a drawdown? It does to me. And then the stop goes under 50. This is a percentage-based idea, which is dynamic around the range or the IB, as opposed to this one, which I originally vetted, having, they're not formed yet, but there, see some down here from yesterday, which has fixed continuation pullback zone and trigger zone. So that's where I'm at this point. There we go. And the bar trade, let's see what's going on here. Well, we got a bar so far. Well, the bar is open. Look at there. And it pretty accurately captured this distribution, so I'm real happy about that. The concept of the bar trade is breakout retest. That's what the definition of it is. So we'll see how that's working out. I don't have a strategy around that yet, but I'm working on it. Now you know as much as I do. Boom, bitty, boom, bitty, boom. And the hedge thing is next on the agenda. Probably would have been an opportune short here, thinking hedge-wise, but look at this big oh, there you go. No volume zone, and they just poke their nose in there and turn around and skedaddle right back out of there, didn't they? Amazing. And they keep punching it up. So context is up. It's not a good time to be fighting City Hall. I'd love to get this developed where I have a more definite strategy near the open, so that I, waiting for the first hour is part of the game, but it's not necessarily the fun part. See if I'm doing everything right. The stream seems to be trickling along. That's a good thing. Greg's in. Antonio's here. Cool. Yeah. Crazy times, huh? So there's yesterday. Get out of there, Mr. Guy. There's yesterday's RTH. Boop. Here's today. Here we go. Here's the week. Why? We got a upside down mess going on in the Middle East. The economy's, inflation's doubled and unemployment is up, and people are laying them off, like, 8,000 people laid off from Meta alone. Oh, what happened there? Somebody said something nobody liked. They got through that down to here, though. Almost a price check at Al3 if you're a TLabber in the mid. How we doing? How we doing? What's up? What happened? Who's on third? Oh, pulling back. Okay. We're getting nowhere over here on IRT though. That's good. It'll get all the squad over there upside down with us. That'll be needing oxygen here pretty quick. What is going on? Jesus Christ. Got lags, we got lags. IRT, please, come on. Minis are working okie dokie. Okay. Legs aren't too bad. See if it smooths out before I reset. I try not to reset it after that first top of the hour here, and that seems to be working pretty well. I don't know. So, well, there's an old TLab setup called the mid VWAP VPOC. Pretty much to the tick, so that's pretty cool. Old, but you know, it's one of the TLabs, which I've never been able to vet. So, and I've never seen anybody else demonstrate that they have either. It's frustrating because boy, it would be so sweet to be a real prolific code person that could just, you know, slap this stuff together, bing, bang, boom, and then okay, here you go. Here's the back test. That'd be really cool, because that is the only way you can vet a setup, and I don't care what anybody says. Hey, Anton. Morning. I saw something on the news early this morning. There's some big dust up going on in Crimea now. I hope everything's fine for parts of your family that are there, if there are any. I have no idea what it was. I just saw one headline thing come through. What a mess. So far, we're in a higher in range. I spent a lot of time poring over executions on the hedge concept. I think I've got it pretty well all set up. You notice that I'm pulling the data. Where am I? Where's my mouse? There. I'm pulling the data for the NQ and the MNQ to look at those for that in that respect. Unfortunately, Bookmap doesn't have a real slick historical data setup like IRT, where you can just, click update and boom, there you go. You get the whole, you get it. You've got to collect it through the day like this and record it, and then you can replay it, or at least that's what I know. I was able to figure out how to have the VPOC, the VWAP for RTH and Globex both reset properly as they had before, and it was absolutely an operator error that I had forgotten about. So my fault, and kudos to some fella. And when I posted the news reports in TLab, I just happened to notice a snap up the food chain there in the chat room, and I looked up there and I thought, oh my God, I forgot that all this time. So kudos to that person. What I worked out, one thing that came pretty clear last night was the fact that I got the execution, I think, pretty well down for the hedging. And of course, as you've already determined and pointed out to me long ago, that which leg you take off first is tantamount. And also, I'm going to approach them as in lieu of the stop. So that meaning then that there needs to be a vetted, identified setup beforehand, and that's and you can get upside down real quick if you get the legs off kilter and the market's going some different direction or another. So yeah, but otherwise it seems like a real great improvement and a great help. So we'll see what happens today. I'm through with school runs for the summer, so yay me. I think I might have been on mute. I got to get over that. Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. Basically, that the initial balance is the what that stat means, where it comes from. The highest probability of all 4 days. Today it's 97.4%. I won't reiterate it all. Well, let's see here. Maybe just on general principles, I'll restart IRT, reset everything, and hopefully help. Hopefully it'll be some help. New all-time high. Oh boy, what a surprise. And these guys have got to feel really good that they're doing such a great job. I mean, that's, you know, congratulations where it's due, I guess. If everybody, if enough people think that it's a great, things are happening great over here to take it to new highs continually, then who might have said that that's not the case? They're getting close to your 10 handle up there. And if you want to look at this in real bold terms, this is a consolidation right here, right? And a breakout. There was one here as well, and a breakout and a retest. So I don't, you know. There you are. Oh man, it's almost funny to me. Yeah, I mean, it's look at that. Look at this sea of red here. These are open, naked volume points of control. Amazing, huh? Restarting IRT and making sure it's outputting properly. I don't think this is any good here. I can tell you that right now. Come on. Okie dokie. Well, 5 minutes for the IV, and they've just poked it up another tooch there to the 8 handle. There's also another, you know, obviously with every kind of data around, there's a high probability that we're going to take the IB high in a, you know, this configuration. So there's a certain group that front run it, which I have always maintained. And I never recommended doing that here in the stream because I had bad experience with that, trying to trade in anticipation of the statistic. But I see their point. The problem comes from my point of view, came in from the risk neutral, the two-lot risk neutral idea with the stops, right? With the stop being too close. That's where the hedge thing could come into play. So we've got a 75.4% probability to break the IB high today. Is it today? No. I lied to myself. 73.9% probability to break it today and no probability of an inside day. Okay, let's just run through my by X. Do you mean it's based on that same crap like project, Top Step X and all the rest of those? Or is it just something they decided to call that? Because that whole thing is just a white label. It's like, it's exactly like MetaTrader. I mean, that whole X thing. It's actually Programmer or Program X, I think it's called, out of Florida. They started out supplying white label stuff to all the FX people, and then they moved over. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna mosey through how I've got this hedge thing set up here. So the idea here is that we've got the MES right here on this window, all set up and ready to rock with a 5 lot. See, am I ever glad I checked that? Wouldn't that have been a pisser? That changed to 2, and I know exactly why, because I was demonstrating here how I used to use multi-brackets, and that immediately changed the whole kit and caboodle to 2 lots. So that would have been a giant pisser. Let me just run through everything. Trade statistics. Yep. Okay. Multi-trade, wherever that is. Yep. Okay. No multi-brackets. That's correct. VWAP is working. Oh, let me show you what the VWAP... I guess you guys don't care. You don't use Bookmap, but it was just a real simple thing that I did wrong. Okay. So here we are. Assuming that I would enter a trade whatever direction here. The first... Let's pretend that it is a trade short. At, just pick a number, 7504, okay? Boom, short. Excuse me. That would be for 5 lots, micros. I would put in a sell. This would be a sell lot for 5. I would put in a sell at 09, which is 5 points away from entry. also a sell. So this would be when, if and when that is hit, it would be a total of 10 micros. That would trigger the hedge. Now, the next maneuver is, oh, look at all these windows I've got going on here. Ooh, confusing. The next maneuver is on this side of life, right here. God damn it. Sorry about that. Too many things to do. Too many people to screw. Okay. So on this side, at the moment that I put in the additional 5 lot buy or sell up here at 09, I come to the mini and put a buy in at 09, the same level. And what happens is right here, this is the, you know me and my worksheets so that I can understand what the hell is going on. Minis, micros, long or short, it calculates everything and it redistributes these prices. 5 lots, add size is 5, that gives us a total of 10 contracts, which is $12.50 per tick, and that coincides with the hedge size of $12.50 per tick, or $125 total risk on the trade, and a stop location at 20 ticks, which is that 5 lot for the add. And what happens here is, I'll show you, I'll change this to short because that's what we're talking about. So there's a short. So assuming that the price, what did I say the price was going to be? 74.04, I think. 74.04. So there you go. So at a price of 75.04, there is our original entry, 75.04. Here is our hedge for the add of 5 contracts and the hedge of 1 lot. When this hits, the average in price is at 10 contracts at $12.50. The absolute maximum, if you don't touch this at all, the absolute maximum loss you can experience through the entire rest of the day is $125. So you're essentially, I kind of think about this in terms of, it's like buying an option, buying a call or a put. Your maximum risk is what you paid for it. It can go your way or not. Now, the addition to this is that Anton and I were, and this is Anton's idea here. So, and I'm just throwing this out there so you can see if I'm making sense, Anton. The difference is taking off, which leg you take off when things start to go in that direction in your favor, and what you do about it if they go the other way. So that's the piece I'm working on now. But this is how I have it set up to trade it, assuming that I would take a trade today. And let me make sure that this is 1 lot. See? It went to 2 lots because of the multi-bracket thing. Well, note to self, that is something to pay attention to. Because that could poop your whole party if you suddenly had 2 minis. 2 minis. So that is the whole hedge. And let me say that this is absolutely, completely legal with AMP, any brokerage, and in this case, confirmed with most prop firms, including this one. So we'll see what happens. I've yet to put one on here yet in this, but now the initial balance is active, and we are poking our nose up here. So I would assume we're going to take the IB high pretty darn quick, which would be expected statistically. And based on the trade, then, the way that that trade will be executed on IRT is once it pulls back to this 25% zone, it would trigger the loan. Stop would be below the 50. There you go. There's the stat right there. That would also be on my other trade, IB continuation failure. That would also be an A signal. Now, if it trades up to the continuation zone, that would be a B, then it would pull back to the trigger zone, and that's a long also. So here we have the breakout. Well, looky there. I need to get rid of some stuff here too. What do I need to get rid of? I restarted this and I forgot to do these. I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. And I don't need this opening range, something or other right there. There we are. Okay, so you can see how the high of the New York session is starting to plot now above the initial balance. So we if this comes down to here, it's a buy signal. And over here, oh, we have too many fractals going on. I'm so confused. We don't have an A signal over here because the additional rule is that the signal the bar prior to the signal bar needs to have an open lower than the close, and this is a doji, so this did not throw an A signal, which would mean there's no potential trade going on that one. And at the moment, there's none over here because we're just rocking. And this is what happened yesterday over here. This just kept rocking out the top and never looked back. And everybody at the bar fell off the stool. Let's see. Now, because this hedge thing is in place and it sounds like a great thing, and I believe that it is, from my point of view, extreme caution on entries because that trade management is all important. Yeah, the X thing at the end worries me, actually, because I wonder if they built this off of that X platform thing, which is the same as program, Top Step uses and Edge Edge Clear and everybody else. It's a white label deal. I don't know. I have no idea, but whatever. And if it works, good. I think Antonio, is trading with it on Top Step, I think. Or no, maybe not. But yeah, I think so. So if it works, that's cool. Whatever. 2 tin cans and a string, if that works, go for it. Well, there you are. There's your 10 and higher. I would not know what to say other than long. Seems like context is pretty clear at this point. And I'm way behind the curve. I haven't even gotten Blue Boy out of bed yet. Boy, I am doing different stuff. Let's see here. So this would be a instance where anticipating or front running that IB signal, IB statistic would be just pretty snazzy. You'd now be up 15 handles. That's pretty good. I will not revert to the rearview mirror technology or methodology and say that I knew that, but in advance, but I'm looking at it right now and I can see it pretty clear. Now, I will say that this, I screwed up here. The rearview mirror again. This was the perfect entry for a hedge because you got the, you've got the statistics in your favor, you got the context in your favor. And I mean putting on the trade and leaning on the hedges rather than the stop, obviously. There's 02. So 97 is your stop. Below VWAP, below the mid. No, above the mid, below VWAP, below POC. So that would have been a super duper location to put that on, and I'm not aware enough or awake enough or whatever else to have seen that till now. Now, I even talked about anticipating the trade in Dove football. I didn't put it together with, yeah, but that's a great idea for the hedge potential. I guess I got to get my mind out of the concept that I've still got to stop out there. I know that, but the X, the platform they use X, which they call Top Step X, Edge Clear from, FT700 calls it Edge Clear X or whatever. All this is based on a white label program called Project X or Program X, which was a white label thing that they sold to a bunch of FX people that did their own stuff. I'm not saying that Atlas or ATAS is at all. I'm just saying that all of these outfits, these prop guys and everybody that miraculously suddenly had this bar kind of an application similar looking loosely based on TradingView, this that ends with X, whatever their company name was, it's all based on the same white label thing. And I was hoping that yours was not, because because I think if you're going to use TradingView, use TradingView. It's got all the bells and whistles and indicators and everything else, I guess. That's something I could never figure out. When TopStep did that, this is great. There were no brackets, there was no anything, and it was like the most stripped down, useless version of TradingView you could imagine, and you couldn't use TradingView indicators. I thought to myself at that point, well, if I want to trade with TradingView, why the hell don't I just use that? But the deal is it comes part and parcel with the data. You notice that nobody gives you the option what data to choose with that. And in the case of TopStep and all the others, it's not CQG or Rhythmic, it's this data that comes with that X thing. That's how they control the back end and have all those tools back there where they can shove people in, drop you out of the A book down to the B book and manipulate, put a leg on your fills and that kind of thing. And I'm sure that, well, I would certainly hope that that's not the case with ATAS. Damn, I am just pissed that I didn't look at that sooner. Ugh. I need more sleep, that's pretty obvious. Are you on a long now? I hope. I suppose. I'm just itching to put this Edge Beauty on, but I'm certain this is certainly not the place to do that. But boy, this was. God darn it. I better go refill my tea bucket. Boy, that just really irritates the hell out of me that I didn't think of that. Son of a buck. Okay, well, maybe I'm, full of shit to Christmas goose then. I had another understanding, so... yeah, good. Whatever works, you know what I mean? And if whatever works and whatever you can use to make money. I just have a bad taste in my mouth about Top Step, I guess. But it's been a great thing for a lot of people, even Antonio, including Antonio. So good for them. Good for all of them, actually. Oh, man. I think I've said this before here, maybe not. Yeah, I have. I've never really looked at TradingView at all. But now that I have these indicators from Edgeville and I want to see how they look on a chart, I started looking at it a little bit, and I was shocked to see the top line, whatever of the TradingView is like $300 a month. I was amazed. I didn't know that it was such a developed and expensive, I think, program or platform. Short at the 20s. Okay. Well, I would have really liked to be long when I was talking about don't front run the level. That's just the IB. That was, talk about I need more sleep or something. That's about as goddamn obvious as Flight of the Moon. That's embarrassing. I might have to edit that out of the stream. The funny part about that, I don't think you can. I guess you can edit a live stream, but I have no clue how to do it, and I don't care to learn because that's not the point. Good for you, man. Hang on there. You're 4 points in the money now, and it hasn't tickled the hedge yet. So, oh man. Man, my eyes itching. I'm pissed. Okay. That's great. I'll tell you another thing that I'm just dying to try out of pure curiosity. There's 2 or 3. There was just one. Now I think there's 2 or maybe 3 outfits that essentially algorithmically pass your prop thing. And what the fundamentals are as follows: you get a prop account, you hook up with them. They do not charge a penny until you get your first payout, until you get a payout, or payouts, and then they take a split of the payouts. And apparently it's legal. I Googled something about it with because they say they show all the prop firms or whatever else you can do that's fine with. And apparently it is. Pretty amazing to me. Oh, makes me want to try it just to see if it's BS or not. Well, what I meant by trigger was the hedge trigger when it reaches the add point, which I don't guess you have reached yet because it hasn't got above 20 or 20s, or maybe I of course don't know your entry. Well, yeah, it's called trading, isn't it? The market's going to go up or down. It's 50-50. Boy, I remember one time listening to This is kind of a trip down memory lane. I was listening to a webinar from Big Mike Trading with FT71, and he was given a webinar about how you export data from IRT and put it in Excel and extract probabilities of the IB. And he made the comment in there, in that webinar. So this was like 2015, maybe. He made the comment that it's statistically a fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50, and why statistics are important to use and trade and all that stuff. And that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50 because it's a statistical fact. The market is binary. It can only tick up or tick down. And you wouldn't believe the flurry, the shitstorm that happened by all the guys that were firmly rooted in the gambler's fallacy that, well, once you've had 6 stops in a row, the probability of another stop is exponential, blah, 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 which is, of course, crap. But it went on for months in there, and he actually FT actually laughed about it one time subsequently when he came to do another webinar. He goes, well, I'm not saying anything about statistics of the next trade this time, that's for sure, because apparently he'd been covered up with emails and crap also. It's pretty funny. Okay, yeah. Well, that would make, but that's not 5 points. So you're in at about 17 or at about 19, or no, 17 then, if you're using the 5-point deal that we talked about. I have also not tried changing, the points and the add thing with my little tool, which is easy to do, but to see if that makes any difference. I kind of believe that the 5-point or perhaps even greater is better, especially in the more volatile environment, because it's essentially giving you a wider stop. That's what I think. Let's see, is everything working okay now? It seems to be. Still got little bits of lag going on. What's happening over here in Trade World? Well, same thing as yesterday. Breakout and run. That wouldn't even be the fence trade. The fence trade is a different one that's kind of interesting. And it's also coded up with I also have a strategy to backtest it. Essentially, it goes like this. Breakout. Then instead of a pullback to a zone down here, which is statistically proven, what this guy's deal is, any subsequent bar after the breakout, which opens above the IB high, wicks through the IB high anywhere into the zone, and then closes back outside of it, is the trigger. Now, that didn't happen now either, but that's how the fence trade thing works. That's what you see, this fence deal over here. And as you know, the B18, which is Al Brooks, there's the 20 bar. And why this new beta doesn't keep the numbers right, I don't know. But according to Al Brooks, price action guy, the 18th 5-minute candle, boop, boop, after the 18th candle, and I moved it to the 20th just for extra measure, which he suggests perhaps doing. At this point, you've got a 93% probability that the IB low, or that the session low or the session high are in place. Well, you would imagine that it would be the session low. So you would enter a breakout of the high, trade in that direction. That's Al Brooks, Mr. Price Action. And this is just rocking the wrong way for you, Anton. Let's see what's going on over here. I don't know what brought that on, but something did. Nothing here. So now the hedge is hedging. I tell you, this is so reminiscent to me. I know you weren't trading at that time of 911, but this is so, because we've had that talk, but this is so reminiscent to me of that period of time. I mean, you know, you just throw a trade on Rambus and step back in the morning and see what, you know, and then the end of the day, or Cisco or Rambus, or I can't think of some of the other, obviously these were all equities, but you know, it was just crazy. And the programs, the platforms were like, I suppose the best analogy would be like a slot machine in Vegas, you know, with bells and whistles and lights flash and all kinds of crap. It was really amazing period of time. And then 911 happened and it all went south. Then they're finally going to get rid of the pattern day trading rule, which went into place as the markets reopened after 911. And that's gonna phase out in June 4th, I think. That was a real interesting time. Yep, you're in the hedge now, by golly. At 22s, yep. Yeah, I think that it, especially in this environment. Now it would narrow down the maximum risk exposure, of course, but yeah, you'd be in the hedge a lot more. Boy, I blew that out my goddamn kazoo there, I'll tell you. That is really disappointing. It's one thing not to see him. It's another thing to be standing here talking about it and not do it. You know, spotting it and not reacting to the new me, the new trade theory, you know. Man, that's tough. That would be 20 points right there, basically. Jesus. So what's else is new? Let me see here. Well, we're bars galore over here now. Well, by golly, though, there's the bar. Yeah, no, there's a breakout. Yeah, I don't know. Never mind. Never mind. Uh-oh. I'm going to get fired as the disco director here pretty quick if I'm not careful. I'll tell you, Trump, China's the offer to help on Iran, Fox News, at 9:20:47 this morning. Wants to see this. Yeah, of course they want to see the Strait of Hormuz open, for Christ's sake. It was open before you went over there and started blowing shit up. God, it's amazing to me how short people's memory is. And you know, he's all about, President Xi wants to help with Iran and all this kind of stuff. And as they were in the air, the State Department was putting out allegations and accusing them of adding, providing information and stuff like that to Iran. So, okay, I guess if they say someone says something to Trump, it's okay then, and all the intel and everything doesn't count, or what? I really don't get it. Everybody wants to see the Straits of Hormuz open. It was open before. There wasn't any problem. And this morning, it was confirmed that 30 ships have transited through the Straits of Hormuz in the last 24 hours or something with no problem. So, and no American freedom escorts or anything else. Boy, it's crazy. Yeah. Getting the leg to trigger is where I realize the most amount of decision making happens. I think in my case, well, let me restart. At this point, with how I know to deal with it, I'm better off to just immediately flatten all, because then it's taken the hedge, which is the minimum, which is the 127.50 if you're using the configuration, which is the maximum you could ever possibly lose in the form of a stop. But that's what it is, rather, because once or twice last night I was trying to be clever and close one leg and not the other and see what happened, and you get down $500-600 in the blink of an eye in that if you do that wrong. And I haven't worked out how best to do it. My initial reaction was, for example, in this case, as price is continuing to trend up, I guess my logic would be to take off the short leg. And then you've got to only get 2.5 points higher to have it scratch and then be in the money with the long leg, which in this case would be the mini, right? If I'm right. I'm going to type something, forgot why. Oh, yeah. Man, I'm pissed I missed that. Son of a gun. And 10:15, you know, we're sneaking around the wiggle hour there. They're gonna get it up to. Okay, let's shake let's shake the trees here. Let's shake the trees. Well, here we are back at my famous flat top discussion. This is going up. There's no question about it, and here's why. There's no taper or conclusion to the auction. Look at that. Flat as a freaking board. Now, this gold line is the balance line on either side of the profile based on the volume, etc. So it would suggest there could be travel to the bottom, but unless there's something wrong with IRT, which is flat as a board right over here, I think, isn't it? There's taper on the profile. So I don't know what the hell's going on, to be honest with you. And it looks like taper on the profile over here on Bookmap. So maybe this is just an anomaly, and there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. It wasn't updating. Okay, thank you so much. No lags, so why is this happening? Anyway, okay, never mind. Never mind. Damn it. Runaway City again. Bar City. Nothing. Back to the old standby. Well, the NASDAQ is a pretty balanced profile, isn't it? It's kind of amazing. Not so for the ES, but man, oh man, oh man. I guess now that they figured 75 was good, let's go for 76. I mean, why not? What the hell? I swear to God, I think tomorrow morning I'm just going to get up and go long. Back to bed. What the hell? Really? Whoa, Mom, you're gonna make Dad a sleepy guy. Look at here, steak, ribeye, Wagyu ribeye, and oh my God. Yeah, baby. Look at this mess. Jesus Christ. I think it was Tom Hogarth I was listening to. Oh, he's taken, he made a comment about it. I was listening, I wake up in the nights and put on that thing, I told you that. And it seems to be always presented by YouTube. He was talking about, his account's in drawdown, he was up to 129 something thousand, is now down to 94 in 2 days or 3. But he's just light and jovial and making jokes and whatever else, so I guess I'm assuming he's got a lot more money somewhere else. And he said, I'm getting to the point in this market where I'm thinking just when the market opens, just go long the NASDAQ and then go for a walk or whatever it was he said. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't listened to a TLab stream for a long time. But look at this thing. Yemeni Christmas Christ, there's 30 points. Yeah. Disappointing. I don't know what's worse. Well, I do know what's worse. What's the worst is standing here talking about it, narrating it, identified it, obviously, and then not take it. How stupid is that? Tom Hogarth was talking about the as much respect as he has for Al Brooks, that it's biasy and kind of a false I don't know the right words exactly, but biases and can come into a description or a narration when it's rear view mirror, right? Because it's so obvious. And That's one of the reasons why I think live narration and live trading is the only thing I'm interested in listening to, because it's I can look, my daughter can go back and narrate all of this like she knew what she was doing. But right here, okay, what are you going to do now? In this case, as I narrated at the moment, and I'm sure you guys all understood, here is the probability for this statistic. And as I said right here, there are some guys that on the Edgefield data that whatever his name is, Andre, and the other one Zinc or something, front runs the statistic. And I have talked in this stream many times. I even have it a hotkey chapter marker. Don't trade in anticipation of the statistic. Okay, fully understanding that we're going to take this high, or expecting that we will, but not getting on the trade here. And I narrated this morning, after that occurs, look for this pullback, and that's the get on. Well, there's what happened. It didn't do that. It took the stat and it's still going. But I narrated this live, and you can listen to the stream and prove it. And now I'm bemoaning the fact that I took my own advice and didn't front run the strat. But it's certainly nothing I knew in advance. And as a result, I just find it much more interesting and, in my opinion, informative and learning experience to be listening to somebody that's live. I don't know if you had your ears on, Anton, but did you hear? Is there some big dust up going on in Crimea? I saw something go by in the news about Crimea could fall in short order or something like that. I don't know what it was. Hopefully it's first of all BS, and second of all, that's nobody close to you guys is involved or affected. Oh, okay. Well, I hope the best for whichever way you're rooting. I'm on your side. I don't have any idea. No idea. I can tell you one thing, this damn thing is just irritating me beyond all measure. We got singles dropping off every which way but loose. We got 7509. What else? There must be some more down there somewhere. I guess that's the bottom of it. Spring up at 7509. Boom, boom, boom. And out the top they go. God damn. Well, I blew that right out my butt. Excuse me. Would you like to have sauce with your butt? I mean, I didn't take a trade, but boy, how stupid do I feel standing here and letting it go by. Wow. Yes, sirree, Bobby. I see a lot of the bot trades, but none of the bars. I don't see any of the retracements here, just the breakouts. Except, actually, pretty close to this one that I've been bemoaning the fact about all morning. But let's see what's going on in the bar over here. Well, I suppose you could say this was the bar, that was the breakout, there's the retest. And you're still okay, because if your stop's below there, you're all right. Nothing going on here except a day like yesterday, with out the top they go and, you know, here's your hat, what you worry. Nothing here, or gonna be there, anything. And I suppose volume is, what do you guess? Oh, 77's okay. And the ATR is way down to 2. That's pretty quiet market now. What are they waiting on? Trump to wake up and start tweeting something? Or what? I don't know why that's not working. Well, this is this is an environment where, you know, Monkey Boy starts trying to make up stuff. FOMO and all that kicks in, and you know, it's you start seeing patterns, and I don't think nothing valid for what I should really be trading, so I'm gonna, you know, do something, go take a shower, or I guess start sleeping later, getting up later. I mean, I'm up at like 4:30. I've been standing here a long time now. 6 hours, actually. And I don't see anything going on here. They may break or lower off the 35s, but there is no question in my mind which way context is going. And so I would feel, here's my big mistake right there. Or if you want to be rearview mirror about it, back here, pick one. Or just, you know, throw one along and go take a shower. But of course, nobody knows that until now. This one is really disappointing because I narrated it and didn't do it, and just, you know, talked about the fact that one or two guys are calling this the front run for the IB statistic, and in fact, would have been a good idea. I just don't have the dots connected properly with the hedge. There should be absolutely no hesitation whatsoever to take that trade, because the hedge is down here. There's the stat. Even if you clean at this, clear you have a take profit at the statistic without this next 30 points happening. What a pleasure. Stupid on my part. Well, or something. Not stupid, but it's not, didn't react properly. I did a little bit of the 12 to 1 pullback, eh? No, Lucky, she caught you. All right. Well, here we are. No, the music pooped out, and I'm not on. I wasn't on mute. Sorry about that. Some of these that I don't normally do, not very many songs, or playlists are short. Let's put it that way. Oh, look at that. The IB highs below the mid. Wow. There's a stat. Let me think about this for a minute. There used to be a stat that Rod, I think, talked about frequently when the IB would, when the VPOC would migrate so many, up to, I think, 3 or more points outside the IB. And obviously would indicate movement that way. How did that go? I don't remember exactly now. Here's a bar trade, I think, isn't it? Consolidation, breakout, retest. I would assume north. No, this is none of that.
No, I was not on mute, but I was away. I forgot to mark that on the thing there. I went to take a shower. Well, no 12-to-1 trade here today. That's for sure. I'm not sure what the... I guess they filled in those singles and rounded out the profile. Are they going to take it lower? Who knows, huh? Never did close the gap yet, by the way. Closed the range, but not the gap. I don't think, anyway. There's the close, I guess, right about there, and there's where we've got it. We did close the range, but not the gap. There's a close right there. Alrighty, see you in a bit. Oh, 23. Something happens. Well, what the heck to do here? I wonder what that pop was for. Is who knows? Are these boys waking up and Moran finally resigned. That's a good thing. I'm a little bit reminiscent of 2 days ago and the day before yesterday when we had that giant pop down and then it just, the sellers disappeared and the buyers came in and up she went back to a doji. This could be a similar situation here. Talking about right here. Hey, how you doing, Anton? Missed the one off the VWAP mid POC was worth $10 here. I didn't. I was here, but I didn't obviously take it. It's nothing I have vetted at all ever, but I remember it from the TLab. How did your trade turn out? Looks like if you stayed through with the hedge, you came out whole plus a whole lot, I hope. I was almost ready to click the button here and I didn't because I just didn't. I'm real aware of trying to, making up things I think are patterns or like I have no stats around that VWAP thing. So. The only thing it had going for it, in my opinion, at the moment, and why I even considered it, is it was in the direction of the context. But also 1 o'clock, so. Going good now, though. Going pretty well now. Nice. Yeah, sure. That would be. I mean, what I'll do is, I'm retrading these every evening. So very definitely. But what I do is make a screen snap of this chat before I put up the next, schedule, or whatever you call it, the next stream for the next day. And so I have all the stuff that you type there in my Snagit, and I can look back on it. But with those prices, and I know the roughly the time. Funny they can't get above that 27, isn't it? Pretty much in that area for the last 2 hours now. Would have to think there's a lot of fuel right up there for people picking that top. I'm not much of a price action or shapes kind of person, but isn't this a bear flag? When you have a flat top and higher lows coming up the bottom. Or not. and if it is, what the hell does that mean? Yeah. I guess might be easier to see here, see? Hot top there and higher lows coming up here. I don't know what that means exactly, but but this is a real unhandy program to draw stuff with. Oh, I know what to do. Hold on. Nobody move. We're going to go to this guy right over here. Oh, look at here. Well, that doesn't look... Yeah, well, it kind of does. There's a line. Line. How do you just draw a freaking line? Info line, horizontal line, benchmark line. What's just a line? Plain old line. Thanks, maybe it's a trend line. You got a flat top and you got that. That wasn't very good, but you get the point. I don't know what you're supposed to do with something like that. They did fix the singles and everything over here over the lunch hour. That was pretty nice of them. and these higher lows. What is AI boy have to say about all this stuff? Oh, it's called an ascending triangle, and it is highly recognized technical pattern, indicates bullish continuation. There you go. Bullish continuation, huh? Make sure I've got everything still set up for this hedge idea here. In case something happened, I actually get into it. Oh, and we just had the VPOC migrate back down again on. Wow, that's amazing. Look at how different those are. I don't usually track both of them at the same time, right? There's the VPOC just moved down to 22. It was up here at 32. And it's been at, over here, it came up from 22, never been as high as 32. All day. Huh. Well, that's interesting as hell. And this thing has been up there forever. It did migrate up to this bar, and then it fell off. I'll be darned. Quite a difference, huh? I'm never pleased when they start doing this kind of thing. Well, we're going to get into the power hour here pretty quick, and then it's the wrap up for the stream. So I'm not seeing any. I mean, I'm hyper conscious of not making up trades at this point. Be real careful and stay away from this. Stay away from that active trading zone. We're gonna break out, or what are we gonna do here now? 2 o'clock, I'm assuming. Well, almost. I would have got, if I were going to go somewhere, I'd be going long, and it would have been lower down. I think that all of these flat tops up here is a lot of fuel in that low volume area, and I think my feeling is the market's going to try to get higher, because even if they just hit into those stops, they're going to get a lift out of it. But the place to have done it was down here at this one, or something like that. Not up here at the top, I don't think. Just my guess. I didn't see your question at 44. I don't know why. I must have been scrolled up. Sorry about that. So at 44, down here on these bottoms, probably would have been, down in here would have been a likely long, but it's awful close to the POC. Of course, it's, pushing on 10 handles up here, so it would have been okay. I definitely wouldn't have floated it. And it may just crap out here like it's been doing since whenever this is, 1140. But you got to know that every one of these points of support or resistance up here is met because of something. Typically, these are people going short and picking the top, trying to pick a top or a short, I think. Or at least that's the way I view it. That's the way I view it. Definitely not long up here. Nothing up here, in my opinion. We've got that on the minis. There's that big ledge in the previous VPOC. Price check at aisle 3 at 32. So they don't tie up very well. This data over here doesn't tie up very well to this one. Here was the price check. We've got a big liquidity sitting out here. There's a shelf, big ledge right up here at this former POC. Completely different price action with regard to the POC and price on the minis and the micros, which is, I didn't ever notice that. This is the first time I think I've ever watched both of them at once for any reason. And this doesn't have the POC right either. Where's the Globex? Okay. Well, now they've gotten through they got through that resistance and they're looking lower. They got above that micro. They're headed for the price check at aisle 3 on the minis, I guess. And yeah. In answer to that original question, anywhere down here are these for sure. We're along. I'm standing here pretty surprised at how different the POC and everything is between the mini and the micro. That, you got long anywhere along down here when you ask me, that's 10 handles, so there you go. And we got level at the 40s. That's where the liquidity's been sitting for since about 10:15 or 10:30. And just into the power hour. That's pretty damn weird. I'm just not sure. And I also see that the VWAP's not right here. And I thought once I said it, the VWAP was the VWAP. Well, maybe I got to do it over here. Okay. right up here. Would have been all screwed up. They didn't exactly go ripping out of here, did they? That's quite the pullback, absolutely. There's the full day. So there's the entire morning, and there's a pullback past 50% or pretty close to it. Well, there's 50%, so pretty close. And I would expect them to take it, go up here for, well, the way they've been doing it, I'd expect them to try to put in a new high. I mean, nothing would be, why not? To the moon, Alice. That's what the whole nature of the game is, I guess. Bizarre as hell to me, but it seems like that's the play. I just realized that I needed to set up the VWAP and make sure that the journal and stuff was right on this one. I guess maybe because it's pulled out of the frame, I don't know, but I have a full set of complements on the configs over here too. So fortunately I noticed that. Never, obviously, should be obvious, I've never done that before, worked on two of them at the same time. So yeah, here we are. Let's see what IRT's up to. I haven't looked at that in a while. Obviously the bar is, everybody's full, I guess. Nothing going on here because it's just up and away. Now they pulled back down to the IB, but it's not going to come in and catch one of these. That's over with as far as I'm concerned. And the traditional IB is never. I mean, this is the old IBC and IBF. It's a strategy, and it hasn't done anything. So none of the strategies that are forward testing on the live data have done anything to it. Only one trade, I think, yesterday. Volume's holding pretty much normal, and we're down to 2 points and under 2 points per ATR per 1 minute bar. The minis. And the micros. Really, it's just, look at this shit. Sorry, but look at this stuff. Look at that. Since 1st of April or before. I must be looking at the glass half empty and half full, because there's a lot of half full guys going on over here, that's for sure. So we're at coming up to the mid-hour or the quarter hour on the 1400 in the power hour. Typically do a market recap at the bottom of the hour, and then the market on close and balance orders are at 1450 every day. I don't trade after now because I've got all of my strategies have end of day rules which flatten out at the bottom of the hour. Definitely missed the trade as I stood here and narrated about why I didn't think it was a good idea to trade in the direction of a statistic, which is a data point that I have had, and I actually even have a hotkey chapter marker in my setup over there for OBS, because that's something that I used to do. And very, very frequently got spanked because of it. Now, that's before the hedge world, and that's before the statistics with Edgeful. So that was looking at a whole different idea. So I will definitely be looking for front running the statistic. That would have been just magnificent, wouldn't it? What is that? 01 to something. Let's pretend you got out up here. So 30 handles without so much as a glimmer of heat. Yeah. All right. Well, good for him. He's just in swimming competition or diving or whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter, but good for him. Congratulations. I'm sure he'll do great. Be sure to close your orders. That's always a disappointment when you forget those stray orders you had out there for a hedge or something, and then price comes back and surprise, surprise, surprise. Still having a bit of trouble at this last little bit of consolidation over here, but pretty sparse looking up above them. Ah, okay, great. A lot of real fit people, swimmers. Supposedly one of the best exercises. No impact and exercises all the muscles like it, you know, so they say. Swimming laps to me was like the most boring thing on the planet, but never competitively or anything. A low volume node at the developing value area high there is now this is something's freaking goofy here. Look at the developing POC here. this gold, the yellow line. Now it's here, okay. Came down from the V up here. Now it's down here. This is, now that's NASDAQ, never mind. Let's look over here at the minis. And see what we have. Similar, up, all the way across and down. As noted, and you know, as I was observing and pointing out on the, confused myself, on this one. So here's the POC, and I said, wow, I was remarking how different they look and what's the scoop. Well, look over here on the mini, on the micro, completely different. The micro here on Bookmap is 100% different than both the mini and the micro in IRT. Jesus, that's frustrating. I mean, it's way different. Even on the, here's the micro. Up there, down, now. So we migrated up at about 820-ish, or 1020, and across at the developing value area high and back down at 12. Okay, so completely different than here. In reality, according to IRT, we migrated up here, across here, and back down, much as is indicated on the book map for the mini. That really sucks. I'm telling you. I'm about a stone's throw away from shit cannon, all of this stuff, and just, you know, doing something real simple. Really? I would have thought they had shoulders like steel, and since there's no impact, I would not know how they would do what rotator cuff or something like that, I guess. I don't know. That's a surprise. Well, I'm busy being pissed about the POCs here, and I have no idea what to do about it. But that's pretty darn disappointing. Huh. Completely different. 1220, the POC migrated up here to about where this developing value area I is now. Along here, and then around 12-ish, 12, 10-ish, something like that. Around here, drop down to this one. And it's, you know, there we agree at that point. Again, 22s, yep. But completely different down here. That's mega depressing. The question then is, which one's right? Jesus. Well, it's okay. I can download the data again, I guess. See what happens. Download the mini data and see what happens. The thing about this whole situation that's most frustrating to me, they're both, you need to remember, both of these platforms are being driven by the same rhythmic data feed. So, and now that I refresh the data on IRT, it's showing the same VPOC as is Bookmap. My goodness gracious. That's just most irritating. Most irritating. See what happens when I do it on the micro, on the mini. Interestingly enough, the volume on the mini and the micro are almost identical. Actually, there's a little bit more volume on the mini than the micro today, according to what I'm looking at up here. According to here. Look at that. Typically, they're quite different. For example, on the NQ, there's 2 million contracts traded against 544,000 micro to mini. Do you have volume numbers for those different? How weird. Oh. Well, this is my POC on whatchamacallit. It's 75.22 quarter. This is the mini. Yep, same. That's right. Yes. That's this one. And this is the micro. Again, 75.22. So shoot me for a quarter. But this had the big move up here and then down. Now it doesn't have. What did this do? Did this change? No, this has remained as it remains as was, with elevated POC and then back down. And here's what it is for the micro on Bookmap. And hold on. This is the mini on Bookmap. So there you go. Jesus. So irritating. Really irritating. I'm really surprised by these volume levels. Now I'm questioning that. I've never seen the micro and the mini trade equal volume before. Now it's just catching up. No, it's not. It's still just a little bit ahead in the minis. Whereas you notice on the NQ, as expected, the micro is, Jesus, 4 or 5 times what the mini is. Trading volume. And here's an important one. Here's the changes. You see, this is why I'm thinking maybe that these hedge things are going to have more impact and input, and why I guess other people trade the NQs way more than the minis. 247 points changes against 60 over here. I'm really surprised about that volume. I'm going to have to look at I'm sure I can go to, I'm sure the CME must have traded volume. Wow. This job's hard enough, you know? Without having to second guess everything. If you're making decisions on POCs and stuff like that, and then they're not consistent, that's pretty no good. No good in the hood. And again, they're both using the same data. Same data feed, I should say. Well, we're approaching the bottom of the hour. We've got the same POC on the ES. This chart you're looking at here always is the micro, right? This one, and this is the micro over here too. Well, they got up to this consolidation and they didn't get any higher. Interesting. Still 10 points if you got long in there, so. I've got to finish filling out a form here later this, right when the stream ends, and then scoot over and deliver it. Pain in the butt. When is this dog and pony show over in China? I'm guessing tomorrow. I'm guessing they're all going to come dusting home tomorrow or Friday or Saturday or whatever, I suppose. Down it comes. POC some more. We didn't get any long ago. This would be a definite breakout and retest, I guess, on the giant big scale. And I'm sure somebody's trading it somewhere. Obviously, that's why it's moving. Okay. Market daily recap. I try to do this every day at about 14:30. So there you go. There is the entire day. Blue boys on the left, active live data is on the right, and that is the entire session right there. New high, all-time highs, new all-time highs, new all-time highs. What happened to my all-time high over there? Went away somewhere. There we go. Why, search me. Search me. What's causing the rally? But hey, it's a rally. That's for sure. So, it's not report driven or earnings driven. So it is just euphoria driven, I'm guessing. I don't know. Here is the IRT version of today. This is, oops. There was yesterday. Here's where we closed, and here's what we've done today. RTH to RTH. ETH is out of here now. So, what are they going to do now? Who knows? But obviously up is what they've got on their mind. The profile is basically a P-shaped, which is supposed to indicate short covering. I don't understand how there are shorts to cover up here, I guess in just resting liquidity, because we keep putting in new all-time highs. Who's short? How can that be? I don't get it. But, nobody cares what I get or not. So this is IRT. This is the, if you don't know, you can always look in the chart heading. Chart name meaningless to you, but there's the instrument, there's the chart type, the periodicity, and the session in all of them. So you never need to be wondering what you're looking at. Some of these I have a watermark on, some I don't. This is the micro ES, micro NQ, and this is the higher time frame charts for the micro ES, which I call the micro composite. We call the micro composite. And it is, every one of these candlesticks is an RTH daily session. And it's the RTH session, so there's only one candlestick. Wherever they overlap, I draw a volume profile around them, and that provides or generates the high and low volume nodes and this micro composite VPOC, etc. And here's today another all-time high out the roof. Go figure. I don't know. These high and low volume nodes push to bookmap, as do the session prices. So that's pretty much where we are. I mean, usually if you have a lot of bad reports and economic reports and jobs reports and a war that lingers along, those are not typically things that you associate with all-time highs. But this seems to be quite a different environment we're in now, and so I'm sort of at a loss, actually, as to what to make of it all. But nobody cares about that, so Here we go. Let's move on to the reporting side of life. Get rid of the hedge calculator there. Investing.com. They report traditional economic reports. You don't see press releases or, signing executive orders or any of that nonsense over here. What you see is traditional economic reports, CPI, PPI, non-farm payroll, Fed rate announcements, those kind of things. And if you notice that the event title changes to a URL. So if you don't know what additional jobless claims are, you can click that and go find out all about them. You can filter these for wherever you are, and they're free. My thinking is that if I leave these resources free, anybody coming through the stream can have access to them. Also, we're in earnings season. No big earnings out today. And let's get back to what might be on the cards for tomorrow here it's tomorrow, Friday, isn't it? Okay, good. Well, there you go. We got no real big 3-star numbers out tomorrow. Industrial production and the CFTCs. And no big earnings out tomorrow. Now, next week, Wednesday, is NVIDIA, which is the final Mag 7 reporting. It was yesterday. Want to see let's trade yesterday. Boy, wouldn't it be nice if we could put it on yesterday and then trade against it? That'd be great, huh? The other news source I use is Financial Juice. Similar calendar function. Now, one thing they do here, and we're at May 22nd. Well, that's pretty cool. We're only a week, Financial Juice does something that I do appreciate and why I have it up, and that is that it does pull non-financial reporting into their calendar, and it pulls only those that everybody recognizes may have, let me put it that way, potential risk impact on our auction. Trump going to say something, Dissent is going to say something, or press meeting or signing or something. Anytime one of these guys has access to a microphone or a camera, that's an opportunity that we could have some risk interjected into the markets. So I'm happy to know that, because in this environment, our prime motivation in life is to preserve your account as traders. And the way to do that, the fundamental way to do that is risk management. And you can't manage your risk if you don't know about it. So I appreciate these things. Over on this side is a squawk box, and this is where they'll have the market on closing balance at 1450, which we'll watch. It's also free. You can filter it however you want, etc. Ground News is something I use, and I don't know. It's unbiased, and it gives you a complete breakdown on who's covering different stories and where that came from. And I think it's probably one of the few news sources that's you can actually understand that it's not a spin. Oh, boy, you can't say that for any of the rest of them. Another resource that I follow, which I didn't know about until recently, is called Walter Bloomberg. And he's a guy, these are not updated right now. This is a guy in Switzerland that has a Bloomberg terminal. And what he does is when something comes across a Bloomberg terminal, he copies it and pastes it into this feed. And it's in all caps, so that's how you know that. So we'll stand by for the market on closing balance and get ready to wind the stream up. Now, the stream is every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500. I do the pre-market for the first 30 minutes, so, just tune in by all means and see how to set up the software and have a pre-market analysis of the reports that are up for the day and what happened overnight, etc. And then the stream starts and it lasts 7 hours to ensure transparency and full accountability. I made a commitment just when I started this to take no trades off the stream. And I started the stream like everybody else does, and I thought, oh, 2 hours is a pretty good thing. That's RTH1, we'll get through there, 2.5 hours. And then I closed the stream down, thank you very much, and I went out and did something, came back in the office, and there was a trade setting up, and I thought, oh, crap, this is not good. So it was quite obvious right then that the stream needed to last for the entire cash market so that if and when something sets up, I can take it without hesitation and narrate it and manage it all on the stream and, for full transparency and accountability. And also notice that I stream the entire monitor here, not just the application. So you can see any open programs. You can see the system clock, hours, minutes, seconds. You can see the date and tie it back here. So I think it's pretty transparent. And when there are trades, they're, very nicely graphed and depicted on Bookmap, part of the permanent record. Any kind of movement of stops or targets is all recorded in the video. And then there's statistics that, trade statistics that if there's a trade, I always pull that up at the end of the session and make a screen snap for my journal, the static journal. And that's also part of the record. So trying to be as forthright and stand up as possible here, and not take any trades that aren't in the live environment of the stream. So there's no rear view mirror crap. You hear us joking about it a lot in here, or I do, and Anton makes comments now and then about it also. And it's the truth, anybody can look back here and know all about what's going to happen. But Oops. Okay, tell me right there what's going to happen today. What's the day going to do? You can't see any of these session prices up here, so you tell me right here on the hard right edge what's going to happen on the day. Now, is this the swing high? We popped up here, put in an IB. Now we're going to come plummeting down. Well, we didn't. So. Yeah, anybody can look in the rear view mirror and sound like a wizard. But I think it's important. And don't get me wrong, looking back and analyzing, like I talked about this trade, right? Was it here? In real time. Why I didn't think it was a good idea, and that I usually recommend not trading in anticipation of this statistic. But two of the fellas at Edgeful that I know of, do take that, and I pointed out that they call it the whatever they call it, front running the number. I didn't take it. Wouldn't that have been a pleasure? Now, that's analyzing something to learn from it. That's not saying, oh, I knew this happened and I took that trade and this is what happened and blah, 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 blah. So there's a big difference. I mean, certainly you need to review historical stuff and think about what's going on, but I will never indicate that I took that trade or anything else. Besides, it's not here on Bookmap, so it didn't happen. Simple. And 6 minutes for the market on close. Imbalance. Yep, take care, Anton. Good luck to your son. Swim hard. Well, there's the market on closing balance. A little bit of a pop. See what we get on the financial news side of life here in a minute. Yesterday was some pretty serious sell side liquidity. It is all sell side again today. No, it's not. The Dow is plus. So here we have it. 78 million, 430 million, 200 million buy side, and 114 million sell side. This is nothing. Yesterday was nearly 3 billion, I think. I may have made a snap, I hope. Maybe not. No. Okay. This is nothing. So they're in the hold for sure for some reason. And there you go. We're going to take it into the close. Remember that you're the most important tool you've got in your trading office. Make sure you take care of yourself. Be well rested, hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, run and hide. And I will wind it up here at the top of the hour and then be back bright and early on tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Really appreciate you coming by. Be sure you like and subscribe. That's super helpful and nice feedback, and contribute in the chat. That's great. We're working on this hedge thing, which was initiated by Anton. It's got a lot of super potential. I share the Edgeful data and stuff all the time now. So there we go. We'll just kick it on into the close now. We got 8 minutes. All right, well, we've got about 1 minute left. Got to do two things at once, and we all know how that works for me. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Risk neutral trading every trading day at from 8 o'clock in the morning till 1500, 7 hours. Complete transparency for any and all trades are on stream. Anticipated, discussed, trades put on, and trades are managed. So, thanks a lot for coming by. I'm going to wind it up here at the top of the hour. It's just 30 seconds. And there we are, boys and girls. 7 hours and 26 seconds. So have yourself a great afternoon. Take care of yourself. Get away from the screens. Get up. Do something healthy.